let's see then if camera wants to work today. Well, obviously not. Let's see then. I can't get the camera to function. That's that's bad. Or is it? Maybe it's a good thing. Properties. No, it doesn't want to work. Maybe the camera is broken. Anyway, I have been talking a lot about different things. Has to do with the plasma discharge. Well, I've done that on Facebook anyway, and when you use Facebook, no one listens. So, but anyway, I got stuck with this channel here, the Lost History channel, TKTC, which discusses the Squatterman project, which is I've seen a bunch of the videos, but not all of them, because there's 119 videos, and I've seen 75 of them, where I am on the 75th right now. And well, I'm probably on the 77th, because I know that I've seen 2 of the longest videos in here already. Anyway, in the last video, this video here, the Squatterman, they linked to this video, so I thought I was going to sit and watch it, but then it's 1 hour and 20 minutes, and I was like, why watch it all by myself when I can actually make a YouTube version of it, wherein people perhaps see it later on. Well, we'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna start in here now. So it's a scientist that's going to be talking about the different plasma formations and the experiments that they've done since the 70s and 80s.
To be here today and presenting his ongoing research right now to the point that this
I'm drinking wine.
presentation is not quite as glossy or not quite as contained as I'd like, but I think I can make do. This is somewhat different. It was very refreshing to listen to Wall's talk on the electric universe, and I guess I played a role, somewhat of a role in establishing what is called the plasma universe, which is about the same thing. Very refreshing to see that. It's a field that I worked in for gosh, 2.5 decades or so. And right now I'm working in something very closely related, but it's different. It's petroglyphs. Okay, it's not galaxies, rotation magnetic fields in galaxies, which we produced, which is on our websites or in any number of publications. But it's carvings on rock by man in prehistory. Now, why are these important? This is a picture that I took on the Navajo reservation, and which is absolutely typical of petroglyphs that one will find around the world. As I'm going to show, petroglyphs have a definite orientation. They also change in morphology and shape depending on the latitude that they're found on Earth. And this is typically, this is at about 36 degrees latitude north, so it's lower than the United Kingdom. But perfectly typical around the Earth, and the duck-shaped heads appear everywhere as well as these other symbols, and I'm going to go into why. My first introduction to petroglyphs was by David Talbot. I went to a meeting of his by accident and learned something about what they were doing, and then he showed me some pictures, and I looked at the pictures, and I said, "Where did you get these pictures?" Because I had never seen them outside of an unclassified environment, to tell you the truth. And they're on rocks. They're on rocks. Where are these rocks stored? What vault? It's got these rocks. And I was kind of, what am I going to do now? And he said, "Oh no, they're all over. They're petroglyphs. They're all over the place." And I was stunned. Having worked in what's called high energy density plasmas, high energy density in nuclear physics, I was stunned that these pictures, apparently thousands of years old, preceded what we'd only been recording for about 2 years with our new facilities. It cost a lot of money. Okay. This is a typical petroglyph panel in Arizona. Again, it is typical at a large number of latitudes found around the world. To most people looking at this, these are abstract designs, abstract by the ancients that may have been, maybe did not have full control of their facilities, whatever, to draw things like this. In fact, I'm going to show you that these are very, very accurate replications of what was seen in the ancient sky. Art locations, rock art. It's often called rock art. And actually rock art...
Well, since I have some problems with my filtering of the sound, I'm just going to mute the microphone
around the world
for a while and talk
virtually
whenever it's necessary, maybe.
Or any good rock palette that has certain characteristics with regards to orientation. And you could almost fill in the entire picture black where there are mountains, where there are rocks. There are a lot of petroglyphs. They exist by the hundreds of millions. Let me start out by talking about the Earth's aurora, which is caused by Birkeland currents. Here's a view of the aurora borealis, the northern aurora. There's a southern aurora australis. That don't occur at the same time. And this is seen in ultraviolet light by the Viking satellite.
I think this is really funny actually, because the Viking is Viking in Swedish and Norwegian. And also you have the Birkeland currents, but in Norwegian it's Birkeland, and it's the land of the birch, basically. That's what the... Anyway, my grandfather was named Birkeland, so most of my family is within that family tree, but I have no idea if we are descendants or relatives to that scientist, Birkeland. He's long dead now, so I can't ask him.
Right. And here's an artist depiction. I got this from Johns Hopkins Applied Research Laboratory, which sends rockets up to photograph this. And it shows the incoming and outgoing Birkeland currents that originate with any kind of plasma that happens to enter the solar system or with an intense solar burst. You've got this plasma interacting with the Earth's dipole magnetic field, and at the north magnetic pole and south magnetic pole, those are called horns, and there's holes. The magnetic field comes in, and the plasma, the charged particles, the electrons and ions, are able to pour in, and they follow this cone shape and to produce the aurora that we see. And this is the kind of aurora that we have today. Many astronomers, physicists have hypothesized that at one time there was an immense solar outburst from the sun, maybe 100,000 times what it is right now. Tommy Gold was one of the first to suggest this hypothesis, which he printed in actually in a Vatican paper of all places. And it has been followed up by other people. So many physicists, many astronomers believe that in the past, millennia ago, there was an intense solar outburst, and so I'm going to pursue that. Now, the first thing I have to do is to teach you plasma physics. Okay, which is this is the Achilles heel. Whenever one has a column of plasma, a straight column of plasma, it tends to pinch itself, and it is. See, on our side of the Atlantic, it's called a Z pinch. Here, it's called a Z pinch, and it's one of the most common occurrences in space plasma.
So his description of the whole thing here is kind of absurd in a way, because he wants to have it that plasma moves in a straight line, but there are no straight lines, and they are actually experimenting with electromagnetism, which means it will move like this in opposing forces, and also spin at the same time, because that's how you create the effect of plasma. Otherwise it will just be it's going to be like a twitching tornado in a way. And when you have these crosses wherein the energy goes, the pulses or the cycles, you will not have a strong opposing forces as you will have here. So it's like attraction and the opposite here. So you have the opposing forces here, which is high resistance, low resistance, high resistance, low resistance, high resistance, low resistance, high resistance, and it goes on for the whole pulse. That is what magnetic fields are like. Plasma is another form of electricity. It looks more like water in a sense, but yeah, not really. But it is like having liquid electricity in the palm of your hands, right? So his description of this, that it has, well, more, what was it said?
You've got on our side, a straight column of plasma. It tends to pinch itself.
Yeah, it tends to pinch itself, which is in a way it feels like he doesn't know what he's working with, because he's using pulses, and those pulses, every pulse that is created cause residue energy, which causes the plasma balls. And with every other and in between the pulses there's no energy released, therefore there is lesser resistance, because when the energy burst is released you have high resistance, which is the ball that is created. You'll see later on here. It would have been nice if they had moving pulses, but he only has, as I've seen, pictures of settled pulses.
And it is, see, on our side of the Atlantic, it's called a Z pinch. Here it's called a Z pinch. And it's one of the most common occurrences in space plasma, in that you've got a current flowing in a direction, and a current flowing in a direction tends to produce its own self-magnetic field, which tends to periodically pinch in on the plasma. And this is the basic concept for many fusion concepts. The Z machine at Sandia National Laboratories, for example, or the earlier machines at Princeton and Los Alamos and so on. So what I'm trying to get across here is one will get these pinches. In the laboratory, we use a number of ways to produce these pinches with megajoules of energies. We'll either use wires to totally strip and vaporize into a plasma Z pinch, or inject a gas, which will be fully ionized into a plasma column or Z pinch, or a very thin cylinder. And in all cases, the pinch is pinched. Experimentalists will say, and I've taken pictures of these myself, between 8 and 10. It's usually 9. 9 is the number of these bulges, which we call plasmoids. And they will contain their own circling current inside, which again produces a dipole field. Okay, so that's almost all you need to know about plasma physics.
In order for the energy to be there, it has to have momentum. Otherwise, it will not have the force to... Because the light from it is residue energy from movement. And when you have released pulses and it spins, the spin is the momentum that creates the residue energy. And in between those pulses, you don't have energy, but you still have residue energy that is binding them together, like magnetism in one way. Oh.
Have I forgotten anything? No, I don't think so.
Excuse me, how big is this column?
Experimentally, we have followed it over 14 orders of magnitude in size. That includes the sun down to centimeters in the laboratory. The Nobel laureate Hannes Alfvén claimed that it scaled 28 orders of magnitude out to the Hubble distance. Okay, and it's been our experience. It doesn't matter if you have microamperes of current or 150 gigaamperes of current. Acts the same, 9.
Which is true, because all you need to find is the right frequency, and then you add voltage to that currency in order to make it bigger. It's just gonna amplify in size, but it's still gonna be the same thing, even if you have lower voltages or higher voltage or ampere.
Nine's the number. And again, size, it can be astrophysical or millimeters. Okay. Now, there's a couple of other things. I have not finished teaching you plasma physics yet. And so now I'm going to try and do so in about 30 seconds. The Nobel laureates Chandrasekhar and Enrico Fermi were the first.
You can basically see it here, it's bulges, and you can see the distance here is equal to two sides. So it's one circle here, and they go into each other, binding them together. To solve the what was called the stability condition of a Z pinch. Here's the 9 plasmoids. Actually, I've only drawn 5 or so here, and very complicated mathematical papers. Other people followed up. I think we were the first to actually graphically present graphical representations of the instabilities in a 1981 Physical Review Letters paper. And this is a sort of morphology, and these are sort of the magnetic field lines and that one gets in a configuration like this. And we're going to look at this in some detail with regards to petroglyphs. As the current increases, as you increase the current, the pinches get Okay, I'm going to search for a magnetic field now, so you can see the ferro fields here. This is a very bad representation of a magnetic field. You have better ways to actually see them nowadays, and that's with ferrocells. And if you want to learn more about ferrocells, you can go to YouTube. I don't know if that's the Theoria Apophysis, and here you can see actual magnetic fields.
Hello everybody. I was able to create a toroidal or donut shape, and of course
So here you have the toroidal field, which he is talking about, or is about to talk about, that the plasma is donut shaped. Here you can see how it moves. And you can see here it goes like this, and behind, and up, and yeah. So it's a Mobius. So within here it inverts. So the outer that you see here is the inner that you see here, basically. So the other side of this will be the opposite. And this is the toroidal mass of energy that you have in a plasma ray. While you can see the other stuff here is the residue energy outside of it. Now, a ferrocell is ferro fluid and basically some oil and a thin layer of it. You mash it together and you have it between two plates of either glass or something else that is transparent. Then you glue them together by the sides so that it's isolated, and then you have light around it, and then you can have a magnet underneath or on top of it, and you can see the magnetic fields or the toroidal fields. So we can take here toroidal field, and we take so you can see this here. Here you have the toroidal field, donut shaped toroidal field. If we search, and here you can see how it inverts. We'll see like animated toroidal fields. You can probably see the movement of it. This is how it moves. So let's say that we have Earth here. In that middle portion there, and you will have the cone that he's talking about with the Birkeland current in the middle of it, going up and down. This here doesn't seem like it's actually doing much because it's not moving properly. Let's see if we can find another one that is actually here. This is more like it. Goes in, it inverts, and it goes out again, and it's the same field over and over again. So we don't have multiple fields as many might claim with the north and south pole. It is the inside and the outside of the toroidal field that is what we perceive as the north and south poles. Let's see if this is... No, this is just spinning. There's a... Here you have it more like a ball. So you have the inert... So you can see the... Within the toroidal field, you can see the donut. And here is the residue energy. What you can see now is the residue energy moving about, and that's what causes the light, and within it, it's a constant spin of energy, as you can perceive in the bottom and in the top here. It looks like it goes in two directions, but it inverts here. So it's spinning at the same. It's a Mobius. It's spinning the same. It's just inverted. It inverts in the middle. Anyway, the plasma formation is the donut that is in between the toroidal fields, but you can see here you see the light from it, but here's the toroidal field combining to the other toroidal field, combining to the next toroidal field, combining to the next toroidal field, and that is just is probably more clear on this video because you have it more oval here, ellipsed. But here you have the concept picture of it. You have the toroidal field outside, and you have the residue energy, which is the field which becomes magnetic. But you have the energy here, which is the sound wave, and it comes in bursts. Bam, 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 bam. And in between is just the residue energy. It's like how we create electricity with the spins of a motor. We get magnetic fields. So the lighter color outside here is the magnetic field that is created and binds them all together, basically, because they are North Pole, South Pole, North Pole, South Pole, so they're bound together. If they would get to the phase of creating an inverted polarity on these, the whole plasma would probably just scatter all over, because it would not be attracted to the poles. That's just theoretical, but it could be possible.
Get larger and larger until these are actually pinched off, and what you get are a stack of toroids. This is an experimental picture of the stack of toroids. This is the conceptual view of what we have, the nine toroids. And again, this occurs at any scale, or at least from 14 orders of magnitude proven, and 28 orders of magnitude hypothesized. And what is an order of magnitude? Order of magnitude is 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 14 times. Okay. And current pulses, the current flowing through one of these plasma columns tends to be sporadic, like all currents in space. And this causes different parts of the column as the pulse comes through. And in our case, we're using one nanosecond pulse. And it's like, what units do you use here? Do you are you metric? Yes. Metric, or are you metric or English? Okay. We use God's units. Light travels in 1 nanosecond. Light travels 1 king's foot length. Okay.
For those that does not know what a king's foot length is, it's 1 meter. It's an old Egyptian measurement, and it is 1 meter exactly. So it's basically saying that it moves 1 meter with each nanosecond.
So I'm going to give it to you in feet and inches, like that, dollars. Okay. So the important thing is different things are going to be lit up whenever one sees a Z-pinch, and again, this can be any size. And the size that I'm leading to is the size of that intense auroral funnel that millennia ago came into Earth. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is look at the so-called eye or owl morphology in that Z-pinch. It looks something like this when you false color it and fill it in, and then compare it to what we call eye mask.
I just started to think about one thing, and that's the monarch. You have, it's not like this, but you have the owls in movies and such. There's a lot of of iconography and symbolism in movies and in different groups of if we can have it like this, then no, I can't find it. Here, for example, you have the owl's eyes. A lot of the knowledge, yeah, Freemasons also use monarch symbolism, but there's a lot of symbolism that's been kind of gone, missing, lost in translation, but they all have to do with this cataclysmic event that happened somewhere in the lost history that no one seems to know when it happened, because let's see, if we take the religion chart and we have this, and you can start to see the similarities of even back in 100,000 BCE, they started with this cylindrical formation. You have this 40,000 years ago. You have this. This is also a plasma burst. You have this. This is a plasma burst. This is plasma. This is plasma. This is plasma. This is plasma. The plasma birth and burst or discharge in the iconography of different religions all over the world is everywhere to be seen, and you will see it the more you look at the video. And I will keep on going with the video so you can comprehend what I'm talking about. All religions of the world started because of this. Except maybe Islam, because I don't think that if that plasma burst had happened within the last 2,000 years, we would probably not have. I don't know. There's not that much talk about it, but the things that people talk about is often older, a lot older than what we can comprehend. You have the tree of life and all of that. This looks like the tree of life, but it's a plasma burst, and you will see it very soon in this video, probably. It's called the Squatter Man, and it is on pictographs, petroglyphs, geoglyphs everywhere around the world. It's people see it as aliens come to Earth and all of that, but it's a freaking plasma burst discharge from an interaction with the electromagnetic field of Terra, which is Earth. And I'm a truth seeker. My motto is always question the truth. So I'm not here to state that religions are lies and stuff like that. They were based upon limited comprehensions of the occurring events, and they used stories in order to relay the event to later generations, but the translation and the meaning to it just got lost in translation. and now people just, well, don't think about it in the same way. I have my own life philosophy, and it has nothing to do with this. It has more to do with how people have been treating each other because of this happening, wherein they think that there is only one God that's right. As if the whole world saw this plasma event and they had their own ways to comprehend it and tell it to others and formulate it, it would become different stories about different entities or deities or gods, and eventually it would just get stuck as such an empty story. The only reason to us being able to comprehend what all these former gods and all of that was and how they came to be is because science has come to the point where we can actually recreate it, even though it's on a minuscule basis. It's still proof for a lack of understanding.
Petroglyphs around the world. This is Easter Island, New Grange. Where else? This is in California. This is actually a pictograph of the Chumash Indians. This is on the Columbia River Basin, which is very rich in IMAS, as is British Columbia. It's Romania, Europe. Everywhere you find this classification of petroglyph. Okay, so that's one classification of petroglyph on that rock that had everything. Okay, and if I blow this up, and again, this is the computer simulation, then I start comparing it. This is a pictograph on Thera Island in Greece. The date is unknown. Again, I generated this picture circa 1981. This might be 1,800 years old or 2,000, or I don't know. I don't have a date on this, but I think one can possibly see the similarity between the two, and in fact there's many more.
So here you have the fish mouth and the fish eyes, and you can see it here, fish eyes and fish mouth. So you can see the similarities. It's very obvious. This is a computer simulation of the changes within a plasma field, and this is what people recorded from seeing of the plasma discharge event. That wasn't short-lived. It was actually very long-lived. It was ongoing for a long time. How long, no one really knows, but it could have been also that it's happened multiple times before and is about to happen again. Nobody really knows. So that's why it needs to be shared, and people need to talk about it. People need to learn about it, and we need to figure out when it happened, how long it was ongoing, and what caused it. And when we can figure that out, we can perhaps calculate if it's possible to happen again. Especially if it has happened multiple times before, or if it's just a one-time thing that happened 2 to 40,000 years ago, or 100,000 years ago, and then stuck in the memories of people. But that's not likely. It feels like it's been ongoing multiple times, cyclically, and people started recording it about 100,000 years ago or more.
You find these everywhere around the world. Here's, as opposed to the eye mask, these are the so-called face mask petroglyphs, and the ones I've shown here are from Greece, Africa, Australia, Venezuela, British Columbia, Newgrange, giving it all sorts of names, okay. Oregon, New Mexico, Arizona, and Colombia. Actually, I have many thousands of these, and they are from around the world. This is the mathematical solution of the Chandrasekhar Fermi equations as the pulse comes through, and one can look at the face masks and then compare, what somebody might see, and it depends on culture, of course, how they interpreted it. But anyway, it is a very popular petroglyph worldwide.
Are you saying that they're seeing a magnetic field?
Excuse me?
Are you saying that they're seeing a magnetic field?
What they're seeing really is electrons in the presence of a magnetic field. Electrons in the presence of a magnetic field. If the electrons are relativistic, produce synchrotron light, and what they were seeing was synchrotron light, and of course man has been seeing synchrotron light from Crab Nebula and so on for as long as man has been on Earth, so it's always been there, and I'll show you a very bright synchrotron light. So that's what they're looking at. They're not looking at the magnetic field per se. Okay, and this is an experimental view cross-section of this conceptual geometry, and these are this has actually got nine pairs. The most intense synchrotron radiation coming out where the plasma is most intense, which is at the edge of these donuts, as shown in this picture here, and then lesser numbers here. And again, this is found worldwide. The ladder and scorpion petroglyphs, again, they're all over. Ireland has got a lot. Every place has got a lot of these so-called ladder petroglyphs, and also the so-called scorpion petroglyphs are found all over. And what happens is that these donuts, as the current increases, the donuts, the toroids in the column tend to flatten out, and then they start to warp as the current increases. So these original.
So he says that they tend to flatten out. That's because they start to spin faster and faster and faster. They gather momentum, and then the plate, or the energy, it expands and it gets flatter, creating an even higher mass of energy and a stronger field of residue energy. But you can see it looks like a fish bone. So a lot of the fish mythology, so like Dagon and stuff like that, might have come from just like things like this. Or you have ladder, so you can also have the Jacob's ladder, where he saw angels descending and descending and ascending heaven and earth, which would be electrical discharges from these discs, basically up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, because this is not confined energy. It's moving really fast. Yeah.
Scorpion petroglyphs are found all over. And what happens is that these donuts, as the current increases, the donuts, the toroids in the column tend to flatten out. And then they start to warp as the current increases. So these original donuts now have flattened out. This one has remained the same, so it still has these eye-like features that one sees here in the petroglyph. This is from Kayenta on the Navajo Reservation in Arizona. Some start to warp. In fact, they're all going to start to warp at some point as the current increases. And right now, as I recall on this one, we're up to something like 14 megaamperes or so, headed up towards 25 megaamperes on a very large pulse power generator. And at the top, they start forming a flower-like excuse me, structure where sort of a bulb-like feature is forming, and then the next one is going to close around, and the next one's going to close around, and then in this direction it's going to go, it's going to close around in this direction. This is a radiograph. This is a radiograph 2. This is not cut off artificially. This is really the way it is. That's really the way it is of the ladder. Somebody complained about the quality of this radiograph. A radiograph is not a photograph. It is taken by means of a flash X-ray radiograph generator, which is very large, maybe of the order of 100 meters long or so. It costs 140,000 US dollars to get a picture like this, which is done in a fraction of a nanosecond or in picoseconds. And we put many of these, and it has to be, we're looking through different layers of metals, steel and copper, other heavy metals, and it has to be extracted. The picture has to be extracted, and that's why it's so expensive. So it's not a photograph, but it still gives you an idea of what is actually happening inside this chamber. And of course, the X-rays produced are lethal, and so everything is covered in lead, and people are kept a mile away, and so on. And a lot of these are done half a mile downhole at the Nevada test site with drifts going out. Keep people safe. As the current continues to increase, it produces these mushroom sort of features. Here is an experimental mushroom sort of feature. Here is the same thing, so shown side on and then slightly upward. And then one can find the equivalent in petroglyphs, these same morphologies. And here I've shown a few, but they're, again, I guess at least by the tens of thousands, probably millions, and everywhere. Well, not quite everywhere. At high latitudes, they're often not found. The mirror image or stick figure. Now, this is one of the most popular images that one finds in petroglyphs. And Wall mentioned briefly on this also as being the thunderbolts of the god. This is just one Z-pinch radiograph where one can sort of see this. This is just one, and we have to look at many before we can put together the conceptual image. This is conceptual image obliquely, conceptual image side on, and then these are the dense parts. These are the dense parts of the Z-pinch radiograph, and this, without the dots, is the most common petroglyph one finds around the world. It's called a stick figure or a mirror image. Rarer yet, but quite informative to me are these stick figures that have 2 dots on the side, because that's what we see in the laboratory. And again, this is in light emission, light being bright along these points here. And many cultures here have these. This again is from the conceptual, from the experiment, from the radiograph. Navajo. Now I've picked out the double dots because it would be, you know, how do you explain something that looks like this? Well, you can say, well, they weren't very bright and their drawing capacities were very limited.
And that's the squatting man, and you can see the squatting man as something that is depicted everywhere globally, and more so than anything else. So it feels like it's stabilized out to be that for a longer while before it shifted form again.
But around the world, they all did it the same way. But if you look for every, between 100 and 500 of the regular stick figure images, you see the one with the double dots. And here I've picked out those from the Navajo Reservation, Armenia, Guyana, an area that we're surveying right now. Here's the one I found in New Mexico that is not 5 miles from my house. One in Spain. Here's one in China. This one is in Valcamonica in Italy, United Arab Emirates. Another one from Valcamonica, and this is another one I discovered in the southern part of Arizona, near Tucson. But again, you find these by great numbers, but they are rarer. So now what I'm trying to convey to you is that panel that looked totally incoherent or looked like mad people, maybe eating the local cactus or whatever, drew. Of course, they had the same cactus around the world, which I doubt, because they all drew the same thing around the world. So I'm trying to start to pick out the different pictures that they drew on this rock, and it's completely overdrawn, and I'll show you why it's overdrawn. This is in Africa, a Dogon ceremony, which is carried on to today. The Aboriginal peoples are very, very good, actually, as are we, in preserving what is sacrosanct as being sacrosanct. You do not change the shape of it. If you have a cross, you don't suddenly decide to change the shape of a cross into something else. You keep it the way it's been handed down to you. And here you can see in their ceremonies, and this is today, the stick figures. This is called a sigi headdress. And one can, I think there's probably 9 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, maybe 9. Okay. And it's got the, again, this might be visualized as eyes up here in the crossing. There was an X crossing here, which, and I don't know if I'm going to show you those figures, but anyway, there's these figures that show up. So they continue to hand down these icons with very little change. He's dancing around, and same sort of dance that's done by the powwow in Albuquerque, which is about 2 hours from my house, the All Nations powwow, Indian powwow. And they dance around, usually with eagle's feather, in a certain way, and I'm going to show you why it's done like that. One cannot talk about has everybody heard of Kokopelli? No. Has anybody heard of Kokopelli? Okay. Okay. Walzer Kokopelli. Okay. Kokopelli is a very popular folk figure in places like New Mexico, Arizona, the southwestern United States. also in places like Afghanistan and other places around the world. He's generally considered a mischievous, Africa, a mischievous sort of figure playing a flute. And it may be a flute, it may be something else. It depends on how the culture interpreted what they saw in the synchrotron light in the very bright aurora coming into the sky. Here's the plasma images of the flute playing figure, and this is from the American Southwest here, many different styles. Again, playing the flute, Southwest. This is Africa playing the flute. Colombia, well, that might be a flute, I don't know. This again, this is from the Southwest because there's a duck head which often appears. This is in Russia. Siberia is very rich in petroglyphs, and Sri Lanka, something similar interpreted by their culture. Okay, moving right on because I've got to move right on. A very popular petroglyph that one finds is that of a bighorn sheep in the Southwest. Well, not just in the Southwest, American Southwest, but in many different places. I've taken these from California, and but you find them in other parts of the world too. And what happens when you have this intense aurora coming in, interacting with the atmosphere, a series of instabilities develop that are not sequence instabilities, but instabilities associated with the shock of the atmosphere, and it produces these sort of figures. And prehistoric man, I mean, you can easily imagine
these sort of figures. You can see the energy here, and here, and you have the arcs being created between the energy balls, basically. That's nice. I'm born an Aries, so it's nice to know where it came from.
Imagine, I mean, what can you relate this to? Well, you can relate this to a bighorn sheep, which is what they did. They also draw them in a way, they knew perfectly well the anatomy of what a bighorn sheep and what it looked like because they had them hanging in camp. That was one of their prime sources of food. They knew very well. That's not the way they drew them. They drew them like the plasma instabilities. Very close, but that's not quite the way they drew them. This is a country, the kind of country that we work with in logging petroglyphs. This is again an instability that develops once the donut has flattened out. It flattens out in waves, and then it starts curling in. Petroglyphs are oriented around the world. They are oriented, and they are oriented magnetic. This is a magnetic south needle. It's oriented magnetic south. This magnetic south is right behind this edge, and I call that a knife edge or a blinder because the center of the plasma column was coming in magnetic south right into the south magnetic full, synchrotron radiation, very bright, and almost every petroglyph has got a blinder of some sort in front of it, something that shields out the center so you can see what's happening on the outside where the instabilities are, and the instabilities are on the outside. So at this location, I'm actually back in a cave, and the petroglyphs are back in the cave here. This is looking south, and it's got this is a typical feature. Here, the same thing. Magnetic south is this way. It not only has a mountain off to the distance, about 90 miles or how many kilometers that is, but it has this knife edge, and this whole area here is filled with petroglyphs. As soon as you go around the bend, no petroglyphs, same rocks, no petroglyphs whatsoever. Then they are oriented magnetic south. So we know which direction the intense aurora came in. This is an escarpment of some 7,500 petroglyphs, which I surveyed in, this is below Santa Fe, New Mexico.
So there's another video that I've seen recently, well, many times now, and that's about the Great Pyramid and how they built it with geopolymer concrete and not chiseled stone. But they built it towards the south. And for me, knowing that most of the stuff like that has been going on with petroglyphs and all of that, they all have it on the north side, because when they were looking at it, it was to the south. And in this video it was like, oh yes, they took the south, they had the building, they built the building towards the south because that was where they came from and the heritage of their people and blah 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 blah. No, probably it was because of how they thought that was the direction of where their gods were, or God were, which is the South Pole. If it had been north, they would have built it towards north instead. It had nothing to do with the people and or anything of that sort. It was just that it happened in the south, and every civilization or groups of people in the world painted it towards the north because they saw it from the south.
New Mexico. And see, this is a marker line that I use with my GPS unit as a calibrator on the road that exists. And the different colors are different sweeps that I made through this area. This is an escarpment here, about 100 feet high or so. And what is important, magnetic south is here. And you find petroglyphs whenever there was a view of towards magnetic south, but kind of shielded. Here's magnetic south and kind of shielded by the escarpment. And where it turns, now these rocks are exactly the same as these rocks, exactly the same as these rocks. You found a few concentrics and a few spirals, which are the highest part of the configuration here, but this is absolutely void of petroglyphs, where these are overdrawn. They may be overdrawn 3 times down here. And now a mountain range gets in the way down here, and it stops. So you lose that magnetic south. This is a petrified forest in Arizona. This is a topograph with the logging points of petroglyphs on it, and this is a 3-dimensional view. And the marks are, of course, petroglyph magnetic south. This is going off in this direction. I think it's about 11 degrees at this latitude and location. And then they stop. There are a few up here, few here, and what happens is there's a mountain range to the south that blocks out the view. And in fact, these will trace, they will actually silhouette the mountain off to the south. But this mountain range then blocks it off, and even though these rocks are just as good as here, there are no petroglyphs because of that blockage. This is petroglyph site in Donner Pass, Sierra Nevada, California. Great historical interest to those who study the High Sierras. And the petroglyphs are located so that it has a, this is, the blue line is magnetic south. And even those, when you're there, it's very hard to tell in the field that there is a preference whatsoever, because the mountains are so high. They're 14,000 feet. Divide by pi and you'll get meters, I guess. Standing here and looking at the petroglyphs, you really cannot tell that there's a gap until you put it down on a three-dimensional aerial or a three-dimensional topograph, time after time. It's magnetic south. Here's the same thing. Here's a site in southern Arizona. This is near Tucson. The Kokorochi, famous Kokorochi, Axis Mundi petroglyph, which is again the flattened donuts coming around like this, a very beautiful figure. These are the ones I've logged, and at the time I was logging, there was this big mountain here. Couldn't tell. And then I found some over on a rock over here, but when I put it down on a 3D aerial, it is immediately apparent this is magnetic south. That again, they're looking magnetic south. And of course, we have, I don't know, 300 or 400 of these like this right now. Actually, more data, but this is a very difficult site to get to. These, it's an aerial map, but it's contoured at 20 feet contours. So it looks nice and smooth. Well, I went in with Professor Marvin Rowe, who is, I believe, probably the world's expert on dating pictographs. We made our way in there. It took us all day to get out. Very, very rough country. But if you move a foot in some places, the difference is 400 feet down. So, and again, there's a channel down here. There's a channel down here, which we could see at the site. This is a 10-kilometer long canyon. This is the Rio Grande River. This is in New Mexico. This is an area that I've explored pretty extensively. These petroglyphs that go along here go along silhouette the mountains in front, directly magnetic south to them. And there's about three. One little place up here in this canyon that has a magnetic south view. You find some petroglyphs. Let me show you. This is very precipitous. That's what it looks like, really. The waterfall here, and I'm going to show you where the petroglyphs are in a minute, but one has to come down on the side here and snake around and come down, and it's very, very difficult, very dangerous country to traverse. This is looking down towards the Rio Grande, and it turns out that petroglyphs are right in here where it can look off magnetic south. Look off magnetic south with no interruption by mountains here or mountains over here. It's got a very narrow magnetic south field of view. Probably see part of the trail going down here. That's the Rio Grande, which means big river. It's about that wide. Okay. This is a map of the alpine rock art sites. The sites that I have most recently logged include it's supposedly the largest petroglyph site in Europe, and this is at the Camonica Valley in Italy. Bergamo's over here, Milano's somewhere, here, and. As I said, there's about 300,000 there, and of course we didn't individually log them all, but we logged the rocks that they're on, and then put them on maps. Now, what surprised me was when I was at Val Camonica, it appeared, again, the mountains on either side went up 10,000 feet, and you have this very narrow valley as you're looking down towards the Mediterranean. And it looked to me like they were looking directly magnetic south. But when I put this on a 3D contour, they're doing the same thing that they do in Arizona, New Mexico, or elsewhere, is they're tending to put them where they have some sort of blinder, some sort of shield. These are actually down a little bit, so the rock has got all kinds of inscriptions, but there's a little bit of a blind. Same thing here. They're following the contours to block out that intense synchrotron light that is coming in from directly magnetic south. Here's magnetic south. This one right here is way off to the side, but there's a cut in the valley here that allows it to look magnetic south. Area that right now I've got a great deal of data. The Dutch in Suriname, I suppose, having nothing better to do, and being the Dutch as they are, there's a lot of petroglyphs there on the river, so they put latitudes and longitudes on them instead of people collect butterflies, and they did this. So it's a great deal of data, valuable data for me that probably has been overlooked by everybody else, or not considered valuable by anybody else, I should say. And that includes French Guiana, Suriname, Guyana, part of Venezuela. I've been down part of this, but I have not been in here. But and what have I left out? Well, anyway, this is in Suriname. This is a boulder, and it's a big boulder, and it's filled with petroglyphs, and it has a nice view right down this channel. This natural channel in the land, magnetic south, and you have to go quite a ways before you find more petroglyphs. Here's another place. Again, this is a rock out, and it's out in the river, and it has a field of view that is magnetic south. Now, many petroglyphs have a total field of view. You can look in all directions, but if the magnetic south is not there, there's no petroglyphs. This is another point, again, where the anomaly of the river allows a straight magnetic south view. This is, again, in Suriname. And now we go to a little island close to Borneo, I think. And I really have to thank my Australian friends who load up my emails by sending me tons of data. And right now, the area in South Australia, I'm getting a lot of data from sites in here, up here in the Kimberleys, the Windjana Gorge. I'm getting data, and there's a lady that is actually traveling somewhere here, and taking logging information and contributing it. All very valuable data. This is Akaru Rock. And again, we have the same thing. Petroglyphs over here, there's a shield, there's an knife-edge shield, a blinder here, and there's magnetic south. This is Sacred Canyon, and again, we have the same thing. Now there is an opening to the east, and we have some question, are they looking partially east? And it depends on the inclination that you look up the column, what instability you see. And so we're logging that data. But again, we have the magnetic south field of view. This is the Urambala Caves. Same thing. These are in caves back in here. There's a shield, and about the only field of view would be something like this, and here's magnetic south. And we're trying to get data at Tasmania, for example. This is at something like 33 degrees or so, and Tasmania gets down to 40 degrees, and we'd like to get some petroglyphs there, as well as from a few other parts of the world that have very large southerly latitudes, as well as determine what is the maximum northerly latitude. This is Mount Chambers Petroglyph Galley, particularly fine example of the petroglyphs here, and again only having, there's no view, there's no north view, there's no east view, there's no west view, there's only a magnetic south view here. Okay, concentric and spiral petroglyphs mapping and incoming aurora. Okay. I don't know if I mentioned this. I probably didn't mention this. When you have a thin plasma column, the tendency for the thin plasma column is to filament into 56 individual currents. We call them 56 Birkeland currents. And again, the number is 56, regardless of the current or the size. And when you look at, now when you watch the time evolution of the once the cylinder has filamented up, I'll show some pictures of that, it goes through some interesting motions. Here's two adjacent ones. They come together. Most often they start to spiral around each other before coming together. This one is undergoing some rotation itself. And so we start with, I think I have 20 or so, not 56 here. But it goes something like that. And they get fatter each time because they're forming vortices, so they're kind of square shaped, or many people's liken these to animals. So when you look at many replications or petroglyphs or pictographs from antiquity, these will be drawn as animals because you can sort of see a tail or something you can imagine like that. And it goes down in number until you get to 4, and it ends at 4. So the 56 finally end at 4. Which is important. Now we've looked at this both with supercomputer simulations to determine that indeed 56 is a number, and 56 is a number as you make the cylinder thinner and thinner. The number of filaments goes up to 56, where each one has got an individual pinching magnetic field. If you go beyond that, the magnetic fields kind of come together, and you don't get 128 or so. You get 56. This is a 17 kiloampere beam, intense relativistic charged particle beam that has. This is a still witness plate that is some meters away from the device itself. The periodicity of, and I've outlined these marks so that you can see on the periodicity.
When he's talking about this, I'm thinking about what kinds of sounds would that make? What kind of rumblings would Earth have at the same time? Because out in Africa, you have these large building complexes where stones are in circles over and over and over again, over large places. And if there were sound and Earth were to rumble at the same time, stones would probably move towards that sound, towards those sound waves. Thinking about acoustic. There's a lot of different acoustic ways to create formations. But if you have multiple sound waves, you are able to create different geometrical symbols that are used in religion throughout the world. And it could be electromagnetical to begin with.
Again is 56. This is work that has all been published. That's just plasma physics. Okay, so there are 56 Birkeland filaments in our intense aurora that happened perhaps 4 millennia ago. So, okay, so now we start searching for concentrics that have either 56 rays or dots. Here's one on the Navajo Reservation in Arizona in the United States. We start going around the world. Next one we go to Australia, this is near Derby. Australia, this is in the Wingina Gorge. And again, it has 56 rays coming out. On top of this is another a larger 56 rayed petroglyph, but it has blobs or dots on the end. And one finds that number all over. Now these are, here is Derby, Australia, here is Winslow, Arizona. And you take the two, and if you tilt the Australian one by about 45.3 degrees, you can overlay it. It's very hard to overlay it. It's very hard to overlay it to distinguish one from the other because they are so precise. In fact, to do so, I had to emboss the Arizona one and then put down the Australian one in black just to differentiate the two. They're so exact, and yet they're that far apart, which is typical. These occur by the hundreds around the world, and there's many more than that. 56 filament dot concentrics. Oh, okay. So we've got a huge data bank on a supercomputer. And the idea then is to go through and find every 56 point symmetric concentric, that exists if we can. And this one is what's called the 4 o'clock rapids, 56 concentric. Actually, it's less than that, because these have started to undergo rotation. They have started to, as Birkeland filaments, they have started to rotate around each other. You can see the rays coming out there. And so on the computer, what we will do is generate blind rings. That is, I will draw a ring through each of the major features on this Columbia River petroglyph, and now I'm going to go through and ask the computer to compare this to all sorts of concentrics that I have, maybe brass plates, and maybe other items from antiquity. It can be, well, we collect items from antiquity and include that also. I'm trying to think what else we include. We include a great many things, not just petroglyphs. And so that's what we're trying to match, or 56, some sort of 56 symmetry. The first one we come up with is only 17 miles away from the blind ring one. So I mean, that's so you might say, well, the same artist just moved downstream and chipped away, except there are differences in this. That they both like 56 for some reason. The next one is in Arizona. This is again on the Navajo Nation, and one sees the 56 rays coming out and the match of the blind rings that we search. This again is from Washington State. This is a pictograph. Again, it matches the feature. It has less than 56, but the concentric blind rings picked it up. Bronze Shield, 3rd millennium, Middle East. Again, it picked this one up. This is a 56 ray from Kazakhstan. It's 56 rays. It doesn't have the inner concentric rings. Okay, somebody locked the doors because at this point people are going to start escaping, but this is a 56 ray circle axis mundi from China, and these are actually drawn as paintbrushes. You know, the axis mundi here, the tree coming up in the center, but anyway, the 56 are there. This one I've forgotten where it is, but again it has a 56 rays. That one again is in Arizona. Says same thing, pick that one up. This is unfair. I picked the penumbra of a dense plasma focus, which also has 56, but it's a plasma, so we would expect it to have 56, and it does. Dome ceiling, 5th Street Church, Seattle. This is very close to the Forbidden City of China ceiling picture. These ceiling pictures show up, and they generally have 56 periodicity around the side. So if people remembered this, and it's sacrosanct, and they continue to use it over and over again. This is brand new. This is the Grand Atrium in Saudi Arabia, which is brand new. And again, they didn't draw it circular, but they certainly put 8 times 7 panels of light around here, as well as some structure in the center. Again, carrying it on. The Aborigines today will produce pictures that might as well have been drawn, might as well be petroglyphs that are 4,000 years old, and they'll do it today. That's how accurate it is. That's Neolithic stone ruins. This is the Canela village, north central Brazil. Has very interesting. They have these 56 avenues coming out and a house, a village house on each side. Like that. Anybody want to look at that Neolithic stone ruins again?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, exactly. The 56 Aubrey homes.
Excuse me?
The 56 Aubrey homes is done in...
Yes, Aubrey. Yeah.
Aubrey.
Aubrey. Yeah. Okay. Now you have to pronounce it right. I have to use English here. Okay, so this is what it looks like today, or whenever they took the picture. Actually, I visited the place before they put the fence around. I'm going to go back there. Okay, finish this thing up. Which is a nice. It's not the biggest. It's not the most accurate, but it's nice. Okay, so what we're going to do is, first off, we're going to accept the accepted reconstruction of Stonehenge, as it is believed it's thought. We're not going to put in extra stones or whatever. Where they were, and simply use it, and then overlay it on the. This is overlaid on the Navajo petroglyph, and one can see the sort of matchup that ones have, and do this with several hundred of these. So this configuration was seen around the world.
How long was it seen for? To be able to count that there were 56. It must have been seen for a long time, so that they
millennia. Yeah, I think their number. Their dating is the English Heritage Foundation. They use something like 14 deer antlers, carbon 14 dating, and deer antlers are.
Not Stonehenge, but how long was this object seen in the sky? So people were.
As far as I can tell, about a millennia. About a millennia to go from 56 to 4.
I see. And they were able to count that there were 56.
They had. Oh yeah. They had good telescopes or good eyesight because they were able to see it, and do a very good job based on what everybody else drew too. Not drew and constructed in any number of ways.
Now, he said that it was possible that it was in the sky for a millennia. For 1,000 years, the so-called gods had their formations in the sky. For 1,000 years, there was an electromagnetic discharge. For 1,000 years! And people saw it, and they depicted it, and a lot of stuff there. It's really awesome, actually. Oh, if ever I could travel back in time just to see it for myself, it would be so awesome and scary at the same time. Because what followed was probably the flood. But yeah. So the question is when it stopped. I think it said 4 AD. That's not too long ago, and that's why it's probably so fresh in people's minds. But you know, I would really have wanted to see it for myself. I don't want to be in that scenario. I hope it doesn't happen again, but we never know. We never know if it's going to happen again. We don't know if it was a strong discharge from the sun. We don't know if it was another planet that was closer to ours than it is today. We don't know if it was an extraterrestrial planet that came into our solar system temporarily. If it's cyclical. We don't know if it was happening because of a polar shift. We have no real idea what created it. We can only theorize for what happened, but it's an answer to how all these civilizations created their religions and stories surrounding gods in the sky and wars in the sky, like in the Vedas and other civilizations, not only the Hindus. But when you think about it, it must have happened a long time ago, or multiple times. If it was in the sky for 1,000 years, it must have happened a long time ago, since the religious symbols go back for 40,000 years, having symbols of plasma discharges, as I showed earlier. I can show it again. You can see it here. Let's do that. And you can see here, you have plasma discharge here, 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 here. That's 40,000 years ago. Up till the 1800s CE, where we still use plasma discharge logos for the for the religions. It's crazy. And this moon and star, which is for Islam, it might be the I've seen a picture where they have like Saturn as the star behind, and it has an eclipse that looks like horns. But it was when I myself saw, it was a couple of years ago, I looked outside and the moon was basically a sickle, and when I turned my head a little to the right, there was the polar star. So it could be that the polar star was within the vicinity of the moon when this logo was created. This sign of the one God. You have the cross. It's also, the cross is here. The Ankh of Life, which is created from this. It's incredible Just to see combining that and religious faith and the ways they incorporated it into their faith, and did not really comprehend what they were doing. In a way, they did not comprehend the situation or the event at all, but it was shining for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, can you gather that? It's holy. Whew. Let's continue. It's almost over.
Ways far beyond the 100 that I'm talking about here, ways of reproducing what they saw in the sky. This is an overlay on the Forecroc Rapids petroglyph. Here we can start to see the rotation of the Birkeland filaments that is not shown in Stonehenge, but nevertheless the overlay is quite well, and you start to see, which is what we see in the laboratory. We start to see these go off, and as I showed in that one picture, they go off until eventually they come down to 4.
But when you see this and you think of all the buildings in the world aligning to each other and all of that, and we've been talking about ley lines and all of that. Ley lines are probably just the lines within the toroidal field, right? But after seeing this, a lot of the stuff that's been built throughout the ages, it just makes sense. It makes sense. All we had to do was just grow technologically enough to recreate it in a minuscule version, and from that give people the reality of stuff. But wouldn't you have wanted to go back in time just to see it for yourself? I would. But the light is a form of radiation that might be dangerous for people to be in. So that's also a thing to think about. And traveling back in time to that situation would probably be very difficult, since the electromagnetic disturbances would probably fuck up the travel pattern in a way. That's how I think anyway.
So how does a 56 filament Z-pinch evolve? I think I probably already showed you this. Okay, and now I'm trying to explain each and every one of the petroglyphs that I showed you on that panel that looked like garbage when I started. Okay, but I haven't shown you all the petroglyphs that are on the panel or elsewhere. Okay, and here we have...
Oh, holy... Now, he's holding a hand over a tree, and I'm thinking of a Tesla coil. So you have this.
Nikola Tesla is probably one.
Oh yeah, I'm not interested. Yes. No. If you want to see what it's all about and how to create your own Tesla coil, watch this video, but I am not interested in that. I'm interested in the tree form that a Tesla coil actually creates.
Everyone knows and loves from Tesla coils, but that's not all about how a Tesla coil works. Do you remember the properties of resonant circuits that I mentioned at the beginning? Although it doesn't seem like it,
No. Okay.
inventions. It measures local.
Come on. So
Hey everyone, today.
let's say that it's an overcharged toroidal sphere. Then it would give out a connection to the ionosphere, and between the highest point of the so-called sphere, tree, to the ionosphere, it would be create a connection which would give out lightning bursts, and it would look like
There's a high frequency.
he's, as you see here, like this, but on a bigger scale. Because you can see this, the same thing. It's a 880 degree, and you don't have lightning going down here or here or here. You have it going upwards, and you have it going up in the atmosphere. Now it's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 there. But if you look at this, if you see it from different angles, it would seem like it's from the side, and it would seem like it was the hair of the character that they thought was God, and all of that. Holy, that's interesting.
So this isn't free energy at all. I'm actually taking away the energy that is just getting discharged through the top there. When Nikola Tesla invented the first Tesla coil,
Did I have more of it?
and he wanted to get into the through the. No.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla wanted to use the Earth's own frequency to distribute free energy to everyone, which was a really nice idea, and it would probably have worked if it wasn't that people are greedy. Here we have another Tesla coil. Here.
Here's my small spark gap Tesla coil. So called because there's a spark gap here, as opposed to here.
Okay.
Circuits.
He's still having
Primary circuit. Secondary circuit.
He's still having so I thought he would have the electricity coming from this bowl, but he has another protruding metal going out where the discharge can happen. But if it were this head, it would discharge like this, right? And it would look like this. Awesome. I've seen too much videos about electricity.
Whips that look like this. I mean, the people either have to be mad. Actually, you can see the origins of the American Indian headdresses and other headdresses drawn around the world in the petroglyphs. So where did these come from? Well, as this intense aurora comes in, again, it goes through these pinches, and you get several of these plasmoids out there as it funnels in, and then you have these 56 filaments coming around. And what gave them the idea? Oh, well, first, okay, I have to say something about auroras. And the reason I have to say something about auroras is because I've edited 6 or 7 journals on magnetospheric physics, so I can talk about auroras. There's other things that some of you know about that I don't think I'll ever be able to publish. But anyway, here's the Earth down here. Here's the what is pictured to be today's plasma coming in from a solar storm on both the south and north poles. Now we know this one came in only on the south. But anyway, it forms these plasmoids. So if you're into auroras, that's important. If you're into something else, that's important too. And so we will draw a picture of this aurora, of the aurora cone being pinched and coming in. And one starts to get an idea of what the people were up to when they were drawing figures like that, and why it is double rayed like that. It's always double rayed, and sometimes with dots, but it's usually has this double ray structure.
The question here is then, did it expand? Because they would not have been able to do this if they weren't standing underneath it and seeing it from underneath. So it must have expanded exponentially, where you could only see parts of it, since it's not a full circle, it's just the, what is like 170 degrees, which is like this much, that they could see, which would make it that they are standing about here and seeing it from the top, from with under it, under it. This is almost like they've seen it standing in the middle of it. Oh, well, humans are what they are, really dangerous sometimes.
And so we're looking back up at the morphology of this intense aurora, and I think that these are 56 filaments. Again, they've reduced now to 28, and they're going to come down to 4. Okay, what other evidence is there to support this? This is something that was just pointed out to me. This is a very bad picture. This is a vessel of ore, which is currently on display at the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, that is helping to support this work. And very poor picture. They promised me a better picture, but it didn't come in time. And ore is in the Middle East, and this is thought to be 3rd millennia sort of vessel from the excavations, the archaeological excavations. Down here, you can't see it very well, is an 8-petal design, which really gives it away. I'm not going to show you an 8-petal design because I wasn't smart enough to go from the 56 down to eventually down to the 8, down to the 4. I started with 56, and then I left out stuff, and then I started again with a lesser number. But I can go back to 8 pretty simply. Okay, and the final morphology for a 56 Birkeland filament cylinder is the 4 shown here. Here's the 4 remaining Birkeland currents. These are the magnetic fields, the synchrotron emitting magnetic.
And here you have the star. Saturnus star. Let's see if we can find some stars in religion. The only thing you get is this darn David star. What's this? 9? Okay. Let's see. Saturn star religion. That's Saturn star, which is where all these fucked up things. Here it is. Saturn. This is a bow of electromagnetic discharge, and this is basically Saturn. But four-sided star religion, 4 stars, 4 stars. 4-sided. Here you have it. Nautical. This is a very used as for nautical navigation, north, south, west, east and west, and southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, like this. You have it all over the place. You have there's the star. Here's the star in the cross. You have what's that? The Templar cross. This is also the star that he's talking about here. There. That's the Rosicrucian star, or the Templar star. So it had to happen.
Fields around the outside of
So somewhere close to there is, and there. So you have different depictions of that, and you have this, which is probably a later advancement of it, or an earlier advancement, or earlier stage of the electromagnetic discharge. It's so amazing looking at all of this, and just, oh my god, it's just electromagnetic discharge that people use to create symbols all over the world. And they're like praying to God and killing people in God's name because they saw something they could not comprehend. And here we have people of the fan club of the Templar Knights, and here we have the Freemasons, and yeah, it's just kind of fucked up in a way. Here you have a good depiction of what he's talking about. You have the cross, and you have the 4 lights in between, which is here.
each one of these. These are at two different times here. And so what are the petroglyphs that match this? Well, Mesoamerica has got the large, this incidentally is called a kinkun. Okay. And this is the most reproduced petroglyph in Mesoamerica, although you find it everywhere. The museum has got some very good examples from the East and the Middle East, Mediterranean countries. There's also some, I photographed myself, some very good ones in Valcamonica, as well as Arizona, New Mexico, and so on. And so one has got this sort of, this is trapped plasma that is being heated up by these currents pushing in, being heated up, very bright, as are these, very bright here. And then in this configuration here again shows up. This
I mean, I'm sorry I didn't say anything, but I mean, I can't miss out on something that I'm watching for the first time. And I just had to have a bio break. Sorry about that.
This is the final configuration. At this point, the plasma snaps and it's gone. That's it. So I hope that, I think that's my last one. Conclusions. Okay, petroglyphs not only carry the orientation of an intense synchrotron light emitting column coming into the Earth's south magnetic pole in prehistory, and again, dating is very, very hard, perhaps 4 millennia ago, I'm not sure. But also the complete temporal evolution graphically. In other words, one can take these petroglyphs of one type, put them all together and make a movie of the evolution, just as one does with the supercomputer simulation. That's what's contained in it. Also the orientation and the petroglyph, as you look at it from different angles of inclination, give you the figure of what was in the sky. So that's it. Thank you. Yes, Brian.
I just wanted to tell you, what was Thomas Gould's basis for suggesting there had been an intense aurora thousands of years ago?
Oh, what was Tommy Gould's? I don't know. I don't know. I've got the paper, but I really don't know the answer to that question. What was the genesis of why they did? And not just Tommy Gould, but several others, and not just in astrophysics, but in physics. There's other evidence that supports this scenario that I need to
from
look
the
at.
Sumerians, you know, love you, just to show this is the one on the right. That goes even further. And sometimes they have these little...
No. I mean, you know, that's the popular. You're starting with 56, and it's easy to get to 28, and then the lunar cycle, and so on. So I mean, so if you look at just Stonehenge and say what is it, without knowledge of the several million of other things around the world, then yeah, you can turn it into a clock, you can turn it into a calendar, you can turn it into whatever. You know, certain things, the heel stone, you know, it's about 4 degrees off, which, I mean, that's pretty good, but there should be one on the other side. There's not. There's a number of things that have kind of been fudged by the astroarchaeological group. They've done that in Utah. There's some concentrics in Utah, and they've kind of fudged the angles a little bit, but they're very, very isolated. And why would you hew out and carry 75 miles, 45 ton or 75 and 45 for Stonehenge, very 75 ton rocks, just to tell you when the winter solstice was. I mean, that's an enormous, and to dig the barrels around, enormous amount of work, and not just there, but around the world. At one time, there was enormous amount of work went in at one particular time, over a millennia, around the world. I have tried to make petroglyphs twice. I can't do it. I don't have the time, I don't have the patience, the sun is hot, and you're making noise. You just can't do it. Yet they chip these things, 4 centimeters deep in places. So like Stonehenge, what would drive you to use your gross national product to produce these items? And it's not just Stonehenge, it's many items around the world that just happened to overlay on Stonehenge. So I think Wall probably gave you a very good clue. He drew that body in the background with the lightning coming down. That lightning is lethal. It's gigaamperes of lightning coming down. We know from laboratory experiments that intense amounts of X-rays, which are lethal, are produced for tens of kilometers around the lightning bolts, and then for 100 kilometers, sores will develop on the skin. I suppose And what else can you do, you know, but to draw pictures of maybe the gods or whatever to make it go away. The petroglyphs on the cliffs, for example, you can't see from the bottom. You can only see from the top. Which is why you have to have somebody at the top, somebody at the bottom, and like that. And they're not made for man, for your neighbors to look at. They're made for somebody in the sky.
They're far away from human habitation, from what I've seen. They're far away from the nearest village.
Yeah.
Welcome, Monica. You've got to try.
Oh, yeah. Another myth is, you need to be near Pueblo, you need to be near water. No, absolutely not. You only have to have very good granite that has at least one component of magnetic south and some kind of blinder. And they went to enormous lengths, enormous amounts of work, because these are in very remote areas. The most prodigious number of petroglyphs probably in the United States, the states of Nevada and Utah, for the most part, uninhabitable. I've logged out there when it's 106 degrees Fahrenheit, whatever that is in centigrade, whatever you use. I think divide by pi again or something. And you're photographing, photograph on digital and on CDs, and so I can take a lot, and drinking water. It's just terribly hot, terribly inhospitable. Now the weather may not have been like that 4 millennia ago. Probably wasn't. But what caused man to carve centimeters deep? Oh, and then some, yes, some you can only get to from ropes and so on. I mean, they put their lives at stake to do that. Some are hundreds of feet up. You know, you're up there and hanging on, and you're looking down, 100 feet or 200 feet or so. So what drove man to do that? And I think Walt's picture gave you a pretty good idea. These lightning bolts were striking Earth, and people were either being killed by the X-rays, incinerated, vitrified, or covered, or made very sick.
Are you saying that the lightning bolts happened at the same time as the world?
Yeah, because there's one thing in common with petroglyphs around the world, is they have the torosity symbols, the lightning bolt symbols, next to them. And you'll see a figure, and then it will have a jagged lightning bolt going over to another figure, and so on. That's universal. And the only thing that I know of that has a torosity like that is a intense electrical discharge, either in the laboratory or in the sky.
I'm just wondering how they would have seen it in the northern hemisphere, given the arc of the Earth, and given that auroras are not very high.
So that this the Earth would interfere with the
this is a very intense aurora, and I believe it went out something like 170,000 kilometers, and I'm not sure about that distance. It went a ways out there, because and that is the reason for logging the world and also getting inclination, because where was it? And the fact that the one jhana that overlays the Navajo is tilted at 45 degrees, that gives you some indication of where.
When you look at the petroglyph that the Norwegians made at the time, they could only see the northern part of, or the northern half of the discharge. The man rune in Futarkin is just the upper part of a man, the head, the body, and the arms up. It isn't the legs, so it's more possible that they were not able to see the legs, basically, or what was closer to Earth. It's still very fascinating, a very intriguing event.
where it is, but it's not just that. I mean, we've got several hundred examples that
So have you pinpointed a spot?
No, I need more data, especially from the far south, because no, we have pinpointed the lower part, but some of the interesting structure is way out there, and that's data that we're gathering right now and processing.
It's like looking for the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, it's like looking at the end of the rainbow. Yeah, except this is that's
exactly where it was over.
There's a tendency from South American data and also from Australian data that it went out south and then it bends up to the east. But it was clearly, seen as symmetrical from Stonehenge. Other places at latitudes between 56 degrees and about the same. No, I don't know the same south because I've only got 33 degrees to the south and it's tilted there. But anyway, northern South America, I have pretty. China, Thailand, Burma, China, all of these places.
China was empty on your map. I noticed that.
No. Well, I'm looking for empty places because that will tell me, like if there is some delineation mark, some mark at let's say 60 degrees latitude north, and then something south. That helps to tell me the field of view. Now, since this took no great Euclid to figure out because I'd already seen this in the laboratory. Okay, so all I got to do is I've seen it in the laboratory, so now I see the petroglyphs. So I match it to the ones in the laboratory, and I can see where it's off angle, and then that off angle then gives me an idea of what they were looking at where, and then this allows you to produce it. It's kind of like a hologram, where you have a bunch of pixels and you're able to get a 3D image if you have enough pixels. It's very close to that. So it's a matter of getting enough pixels to resolve what they actually saw.
Yes. The fact that the petroglyphs in the British Isles are dominated by the spirals and the eyes.
Yeah.
You don't see any stick men.
No, you don't see any stick men, which is the lower. Yes. Yeah. Further down. And it's just, the number of stickmen is just enormous, at least at lower.
Yeah, so in the UK, they usually just saw what was above the so-called stick figure. In Norway, they saw the parts of the upper body and what was above. They would take what was above and have these petroglyphs look like boats with people on them. And that was probably the beginning to the saga of the dead going to Asgard or something like that. Jeez. I would so much like to have seen it for myself. We live in an age where data and information is being spread so fast, but we have not lived in the times when they were actually, when the data and the information was actually created. We can only recreate it in order to see parts of what they might have seen. And it's not certain that we can recreate all the data in order to recreate the scenario in a visual aspect for others to see. But it would be really nice if someone tried to animate all these. So if it was there for 1,000 years, it would have changed over 1,000 years, and that means that we have millions of depictions of what happens, happened, and we could recreate an animation of the movement of that energy, especially since we already know how plasma starts to build up and how it expands and looks upon the changes in frequencies. If they try to do this in so I would very much like to see an animation of it anyways, and I would like to see the side-by-side comparison. And then like if we take here, we take this part of the screen is the animation of what people saw, and then this part of the screen is the scientific method, where you can see how the plasma in a video moves about when they increment the voltage and changes the frequency and stuff like that. And then this part of the video would be all the pictographs and glyphs all over the world, moving from the left to from the right to the left, with all the pictures, about hundreds of thousands of pictures of different petroglyphs. That would be amazing, an amazing teaching tool for expanding minds when it comes to religion and history and physical events that have happened and could happen again. But we don't know what it was that created it. It's just a theory that it could have been the sun. But when you go back in stories, Saturn seems to have been closer to Earth than it is now, and it would have had a stronger shine upon Earth than it has now. And the sun is in ways depicted as the black sun, and it is basically something that came later, even though it should have come first. So the question is, where was Earth in space earlier? So, you know, the tension of other masses would probably, or the tension from other mass electromagnetic fields would probably also heat up the Earth's atmosphere. So, you know, even if Saturn's moon is further away than we are, it has the possibility to hold life. Maybe it's a theory that it could be possible, but yeah. And then we also have the stories about Mars, which seems to have had an atmosphere that was much like Earth's, and it might have had a climate similar to Earth's, which is also very interesting. But it's theories at the moment. We can't travel back in time, and even if we wanted to, we might get into a timeline or die on the way there, or get stuck in a timeline where we fuck up history. So we don't know. We can only try to prove the theories by minimal interaction with time travel. And I think that time travel will be possible later on. But how far back can we travel? How far ahead can we travel? That's also a question.
Lower latitudes, but in the British Isles, Argyll and some of the places like that, you don't find any. You don't find any. No stick men whatsoever. I've got several books on the British Isles of various petroglyphs, and Ian has contributed immensely by providing actual GPS locations for some of these, and so far they're indicating southern view, southern magnetic south view.
Most of the myths seem to be pointing towards seeing something in the north.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. Now mythology is it's very accurate. It's now, how do I know it's very accurate? Because I'm not a mythologist. Well, okay, so they tell these stories around the world of what followed what. Yeah, this is the way it goes in the laboratory. This goes first, then this goes first, and then this goes first, and so on. And yeah, that's what happens. So I know the mythology is very accurate, but there is this. We saw it in the north over and over again. We saw it in the north. We saw it in the north, and now some of the mythologists that are in the group. Maybe you know or has talked here. Rens Vandersloos claims that the north was either celestial north or straight up. Straight up might be north, and to my thinking, right now it looks like it might be straight up, not the North Pole as we know it today, because none of the petroglyphs. None. And I've been in crevices, you hear the rattling behind you in the crevices. And you're looking out straight magnetic south, and it's not, and you can't see north, or you're up against a cliff that goes way up there, 100 meters up, and you can't see north, but you can't see south. So yeah, that's one of the puzzles. That's one of the puzzles. What is north? And Rens went into this in some detail, that it's probably up, which makes a lot of sense. And I haven't shown you the eclipsed part of the concentrics, which are seen in large numbers to the north, where only half of it was seen. The same thing is true in Australia, which gives some idea that they couldn't see the whole thing. Now, they certainly could at Stonehenge, but further north. Anyway, that's all. This is work in progress.
Okay.
Is this work published or published?
Yeah, this is all being published. And again, as I said, it's being published under the auspices of the field that I work in, high energy density plasma physics. So it's appearing in the physics and engineering journals like that, as is the Stonehenge. No, through the museum we do have an article coming out in the journal, the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology. So the archaeology, all fields.
I think we're gonna stop there. I'm gonna see the rest of it when I'm not streaming. And instead of watching that, we could watch this. And it's Michael Tellinger, and he has stories about the stone circles and ancient gold mines in South Africa, and he has stories about people coming from somewhere else, like 300,000 plus years ago. And anyway, the thing that I was thinking about was the circles. I don't know if he has any pictures of the circles in this video though, but he's talking about, oh, here he has. So you can create formations with sound, and if these So he's talking about gold mines and people building these because of gold mines. I'm thinking maybe the electrical storms and the energy discharge of the electromagnetic or plasma anomaly also caused sounds that also created earthquakes and consecutive sounds that went on all over the African plains would be able to create these formations.
The first thing you'll note about the stone ruins of southern Africa is they're all circular. They're all circular. They all have internal structures, sometimes very complex, sometimes very simple. And sometimes they have these little weird attachments on the outside of the stone structures. But the most important thing to take note of is that they're all unique. Each and every one of them is completely unique. And in the longer presentations, I go into great detail why that is so. Some of the walls are still 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Some of them are really complex, and you can see great destruction that happened at some distant time in history that caused the sudden disappearance of this vast civilization. Very importantly to note that some of them also, or many of them, show the sort of spiderweb effect that goes out from the central stone structure. And that's very important to note. It's not just the stone walls of the central structure that are so impressive. It's the stuff around it that's eroded and gone, that's disappeared, that's lying beneath meters of soil. There's a very good example of a very simple structure with a simple central circle. And then you start seeing the more complex ones. These weird little internal structures that are 1.2, 1.5 meters in diameter. Absolutely no idea what they were used for.
And this is where I come to the conclusion that it is actually sounds that something created over time that made the formations. You can see the waves in the landscape here. You can see this and this and here and here. You can see all the waves here. And these formations are like sound formations when you use sound on a metal plate. And you have the sound is, instead of sound, you use something that vibrates the sound so that the plate vibrates at the frequency of the sound. Then you pour salt or sand or whatever on it, and it will create different formations depending on the frequency that you are using. And I'm thinking that Africa is a very big continent. So when we go to, it's the world's biggest continent actually. So let's see, tectonic plates. And we check the tectonic plates. And you see that Africa is its own plate. And it's north to this 1,000-year-old discharge that should have been around here, which could have made this plate vibrate. And that would be because this is much looser than this one is. Basically, this one is connected to this one. Essentially, but not here. The strange thing is that this is the only one that has these formations. Australia doesn't have them and South America doesn't. So it must have been a very high energy that created the vibrations in the landscape that also resonated this frequency that could maybe not be heard, and in some cases maybe not even felt. It must have been felt, but it would create all of these hundreds of thousands of formations that are, or thousands of formations that are scattered in this area here, that he is talking about in this video. These look like formations from acoustic.
This is a very important stone circle. It's one of the first ones that was measured and sort of understood by Johann Heine, who's the main sort of instigator and the guy that kept insisting that these structures are not just cattle kraal, that they have a much larger importance in human history. Johann has actually originally started photographing many of these from the air, archaeological shapes. Like on the left-hand side there, you can see that weird horseshoe shape with a perfect circle in the middle, and the little towers at the entrance to the horseshoe shape.
Why I'm saying that these are probably natural formations from sound disturbances and frequencies created from this magnetic disturbance is because they're not perfections. Humans are perfectionists. Either they create a depiction of something that they see in the sky, or they create something that is perfection. It's either or. This is not something that they've seen in the sky. This is something that was created out of its own through vibrations in the ground. You can see the markings here. It's about to create new formations there. It's about to create formations here, and here, and you can see the waves. I'm using my freaking hand as if you could see it, which is freaking stupid. So you probably didn't see the other waves that I was talking about earlier. But you have a wave here, you have waves here, you have... So it's like the whole plane have been disrupted and shaken.
And these suddenly start to re-emerge.
Moving boulder with a push of the finger. Did sound help to build the megaliths? No, it didn't. Oh, here you have it. Acoustic resonance. Now, the plate isn't big enough. If it had been bigger, it would probably be consecutive with waves around like these here. Probably be waves around like a circle. So if the plate had been big as table and had this frequency, it would be bigger, but it would also probably, hopefully, be consecutively in formation. And you can see all these kinds of patterns, and if you look towards the other ones, it's like none of them look the same. It's like the sound moved in the ground and it formed shapes as it was moving, like a wave underneath everything. Also, we have another fun thing to talk about. Gold is soft. And I was thinking about this a whole lot, and I found a video where someone thought that gold is blood because there's a high amount of oxygen in gold, and it is in veins, so then that means it's giant and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, oh sure, but if a lightning gets grounded, it will create this everything. It will create some kind of vein, and where it starts and where it ends will be black, and around it will be black. And gold can only be found in veins, and this is why he's probably been talking about giants and stuff like that. But from my perspective, it's probably veins of mercury and high amounts of electricity from these 1,000 years of... I have a hard time thinking that gold actually existed before these 1,000 years of electric disturbances and the plasma discharge. But there were lightning, and it was much stronger than any lightning that had been natural before, and much stronger than what we have today. What if the lightning striked down and hit mercury all over the place, and the mercury became gold? Because I saw a video where people were talking about if you take mercury and you discharge a high amount of voltage into it, it will turn to gold. And mercury is soft. So, and gold is soft. The only reason for us to have hardened gold now is because we have been diluting it with other metals in order to harden it. But 18 karat gold is very soft, much like mercury or lead, and that's why alchemists thought that you could make lead into gold. But you also start to think about, why did they have big reserves of mercury all over the place in the old world? So like you have one pyramid in South America or Mexico or wherever it is, where you have a whole pool of mercury underneath. You also have one in China where you have a pool of mercury. It's like they knew that if lightning strikes, you'll be rich, because they had no means of creating electricity for themselves. So, and you have some societies where gold was in abundance. It was so natural that, okay, here, have a kilogram of gold, because it's more like it's like the grass on the ground. It was in such an abundance that people didn't really care, and they had it openly on everything they could, basically, in South America at least, which means they might have had a lot of lightning strikes going down on the mercury reserves, and they went there to find it, and they found the mercury, which had turned into gold, and they just picked it up. I personally don't know what kind of functions mercury has, if it's as good as gold is to lead electricity and stuff like that. But if it is so, it would make so much sense about all the mercury all around the world, the importance of mercury. It was worth more than gold, basically, because you could make gold of it, if it's true. Yeah, I've been thinking about a whole lot of things when it comes to tectonic plates and electromagnetism, and also, if we go into something which is a bit dark, you have the magnetic North Pole moving. We may finally know why Earth's magnetic... Oh, that's interesting.
The Earth's magnetic North Pole is shifting, and I mean that in two ways. One, it's literally moving away from Canada and towards Siberia, and two, it is accelerating. It's moving so fast now, we've had to update our models of Earth's magnetic field ahead of schedule. Why?
Yeah, the thing with the electric... with Earth's geomagnetic field is that it has moved. The North Pole is moving, the South Pole is moving, and they are moving towards each other, and there is a magnetic anomaly being created in South America, which more or less seems to be that Earth is shifting 90 degrees. And I've been talking about this for years, where I think that it is shifting by 90 degrees at least. But I don't know. There's not that many people taking me seriously about that, but I'm not only thinking of that. It's getting hotter because of the tension of the magnetic fields shifting, and it's kind of natural in a way, but I don't know. So let's see this video. That might be interesting.
Our magnetic poles move and flip has always been something of a mystery, but now a team of researchers from Leeds University
okay, so we have the three... Nikola Tesla had this fixation surrounding the 369 numbers, which we count in 0 to 9, and 1 plus 0 is 10 and all of that. Let's see if I can find the image. I'm thinking of this as the movement of energy. This here as the movement of energy. Here we have the... So, you have the constant movement of energy, like this. And then you have the flip of polarity, as you can see, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. And that's the flip of polarity. And I'm thinking that that's necessary in order for the energy to keep on moving. It's a reservation of energy. So then we start to think about the Zani-Bekov effect, which I talk a lot about from time to time. And I'm thinking, here you have this is the Zani-Bekov effect in space, and you have this knot that is loosened, and you will see that it's shifting from forwards and backwards, but it's never losing its momentum. It's always moving at the same pace. It's always moving in the same direction. It's just shifting very quickly. And that's the conservation of energy. Much the same way as this is a conservation of energy from my standpoint. This is... I saw a video about this being some mathematic... recently, there's the power to the 9 mathematics. If you have higher numbers, it will still make the same patterns, and it will be more and more complex up until you come to the... it's called, it's a mathematical formula which creates a never-ending pattern in any direction, which for me is that this is the bulk of it, which is the movement and the polarization shift, pole shift, or conservation of energy. And then when you add numbers upon it, it will instead become the strength of that change, as higher or lower depending on in which direction you're going. So it's the implosion and expansion of energy, which is still within a fractal. And you have now, this here is filmed in the upper atmosphere in real time. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. So it's about one second's shift, and that's on that mass. And on Earth's atmosphere, you need to slow it down in order to see it. Come on, we don't need sound. So you slow it down in order to see it, see the shift. But I'm also thinking, what if you take this into consideration, you start to add up the the difference in matter of that Mickey the Mouse thingy and the actual mass of Earth, and then have it shift in intervals cyclically, and you will be able to calculate the time frame in which it shifts. It will slow down before it shifts, but the shift will be so natural that will probably not be felt. It's not like there's a big shift. The twirling stuff here, when it's spinning around, it's not twirling around, it's just spinning around. The mass of its own is existing in its own realm in a way, and it's conserving the energy by shifting it with 180 degrees. So, and it's very often with a small object, and the bigger it gets, the slower it gets, right?
I want to thank the sponsor of this episode, LastPass, which remembers your...
So, this is what's it called? Veritasium video. You should see it. So, you have this bolt or whatever it is in space, or it's not space, it's the upper atmosphere.
The Janabekov effect, or the tennis racket theorem, or the intermediate axis theorem, but we'll get to that. Now, you may have seen clips like this one before, but in this video, I will provide the best intuitive...
So we have here...
Or at least, that's my goal. Now, it involves arguably the best mathematician alive. The equation was so dramatic, Janabekov... The
Russian that figured this out or saw it when the Russian cosmonaut that witnessed this for the first time told it to the Russian government, but then they held it secret up until the moment that the tennis racket theorem came out. And that was when they started to talk about finding it out in space and ever after. This is why it's so bad holding information back, because it takes away the possibility to... So here you can see that's the spin, and here's the shift.
80 degrees, and as he kept watching, it flipped back a few seconds later, and it continued.
And from my point of view, that's conservation of energy. That's how I perceive it, because if you have the momentum within so if you take this as a toroidal field and this is the donut, you have it conserving the energy within the donut by shifting the polarity from time to time, which is probably based upon the temperature shift, and it will cool down, warm up, cool down, warm up, cool down, warm up, cool down, warm up, cool down, and so on. And the momentum will keep on till the energy is no longer there. And for the energy not to be there anymore, you need resistance. Now, if you make it, if you do this on Earth, you saw it was basically going down like this while it was spinning back and forth and having the momentum shift, because it has resistance and it has to feed that energy to something else. in space, which is probably an electro or magnetoelectric universe, because I don't think it is a spectrum of vacuum and stuff like that. It is a misconception, and the plasma theories are much more relevant than the old versions of how we depict space and stuff like that. But still, within the realm of space, we do not have the same kind of resistance, which means that if something starts a momentum, it will keep on spinning forever, with a shift of energy in cyclical motion. And that's what I think is what's happening to Earth. It's spinning, and every so often it's shifting its polarity in order to keep up the momentum. Every time that the electromagnetic field, which is the residue of movement, heats up, it shifts the momentum in order to have an opposite effect of what it had before. It's actually releasing the energy instead of wiring it up. And then it releases it and starts to wire it again. And then the resistance is too high, and it shifts again and releases, and it spins and creates resistance, and then releases this, shifts again and releases and creates resistance again, and it keeps on like this, like a freaking clock or a pendulum.
Flipping back and forth. Instead, it's through its handle. It's through extension of the secret Janabekov effect.
So we have the tennis racket theorem. I'm thinking, since something within gravity will, or an electromagnetic field will fall at the same pace, even though it has different molecule structures or masses, it will still fall at the same pace and land at the same time. But I've also thought about this when it comes to bigger objects. Will it have the same speed and momentum as a smaller object? It's still falling at the same pace, but is it having the same momentum and shift depending on the mass it has? I don't think it has. I haven't looked this up.
Hold the tennis racket facing you, and then flip it in the air like this. Passes through its handle. It's the way you intend it to. It also makes a half turn around an axis that passes through it. You rotate the tennis racket facing you, and then...
As you can see now, it's not spinning as fast as the knot did.
Flip it in the air like this.
But it did spin, and it did shift its momentum in order to conserve the energy, in order to have the same speed as it left. So it depends on the speed or the energy that is added. So, yeah, the resistance, what is it now? Resistance, wait, I have to see for myself. I have a bad mind. Can't remember stuff. Okay, so resistance is relative to the motion of the force, not energy. Energy is the residue of force that is added. I need shift fix this. So force that is added. Let's see. There, save. Okay, so resistance is relative to the motion of the force that is added. Or is it the energy that is added? Oh, maybe it was right before, because the energy is the residue, and it's the residue that slows everything down. Yeah, okay. It is the residue, so then it's energy. Energy. Within residue. Because it's the reaction of something that causes resistance, not the actual force. I have to think about that. Well, yeah. Okay, so resistance is relative to the motion of the energy that is added. And when it comes to... Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so we have the residue of within the electromagnetic field, which would be the oxygen, air molecules, and all of that, and also the thermal properties and all of that. But in space you don't have that, so you do not have any resistance for it to slow down, so it would keep on basically forever, since it's plus minus null in resistance. Damn, sometimes I'm stupid smart, or smart dumb. I don't know. But anyway, let's see. Where is it? There it is.
It not only rotates the way you intend it to, it also...
So you see here.
The paper was published, and this. It not only rotates the way you intend it to, it also makes a flip it in the air.
So when you see him flipping it, he adds force and it spins at the force added. But halfway there, it has to conserve that energy, and it shifts.
Air like this.
Which is why it rotates upon its own axis.
It not only rotates the way you intend it to, it also makes a half turn around an axis that passes through its handle.
As you could see there.
So the side that was originally facing you will be facing away when you catch it. Now to understand it,
that's a conversion of energy in order to spin at the same, in the same rotation. So that's, yeah. Maybe I'm just fucked up and not smart at all. Because you can add a lot of other stuff to that, like air pressure and stuff like that, but I still think that it's a way to conserve the energy within the material for the... So halfway it will shift. Halfway in its spin it will shift in order to keep on spinning. Because you can't add force and then have it spin forever. If that was possible, you would have a wheel spinning forever. But the wheel or the motor never shifts, so it never conserves energy. Therefore, it cannot keep on going. This is probably how you create a perpetual motor. You keep it shifting back and forth, would be something in the way of a pendulum, but you still need to add force from time to time. But it will probably give out more energy than it would if it were to spin.
We need to go through some basics. Like, there are 3 ways to spin a tennis racket about its 3 principal axes. The first is about an axis that runs through the handle, like this. The second is the way we were spinning it before, with an axis that runs parallel to the head of the racket. And the third is about an axis that runs perpendicular to the head of the racket. Now, it's easier to spin the racket around some of these axes than others. That is, you get more angular velocity for a given amount of torque. It's easiest to spin the racket around this first axis. It gets going really fast, and that is because the mass is distributed closer to this axis than to any of the others. We say its moment of inertia is the smallest when spinning in this orientation.
Because it's conserving energy. Search for the Zane-Bekov effect so you can go through this, understanding the Zane-Bekov effect. It's a very good site. Go on and take in some information about this rotational cyclical motion. And I'm thinking that this might be what Earth goes through from time to time, depending on the temperature that it has on its axis, or the temperature build up on its resistance, and that will cause it to conserve energy more often or more less, depending on the situation. But I've been thinking about the electromagnetic field moving about and getting weaker, which means it's about to switch its polarity in order to conserve energy. It has to be like that. Logically, anyway. And when that happens, if the electromagnetic field is too much weakened or too weakened, it will probably shut down while conserving energy and shifting, and that's why ice ages are created. But that could be an assumption out of ignorance from my point of view also, which is why you shouldn't listen to me 100% and think that all I say is truth. Which is also why my motto is always question the truth, because what others say might be true to them, but not true to the truth. And I might be inclined to be locked into that kind of a bubble myself. So don't trust everything I say, because I'm not sure about what I'm thinking. I'm not sure about what I know and not. I'm very ignorant myself, and I'm learning stuff every day. And I question how I take it in and how I assimilate it to my own biases.
I believe they've found the culprit. Blobs. Since the magnetic North Pole was discovered in the 1830s, it's been moving, slowly at first, notching a top speed of at most 15 kilometers per year. But since the 1990s, that pace has picked up, and now it trucks across the Arctic anywhere from 50 to 60 kilometers per year. I should mention that things can get a little confusing when we start to talk about North Poles. The Earth actually has several, depending on your definition. There's the geographic North Pole, where all lines of longitude we've drawn on a globe converge. The magnetic North Poles don't align with the geographic North Pole. And yes, I said poles, because it turns out there are multiple magnetic North Poles. You've probably seen Earth's magnetic field likened to a giant bar magnet in your textbooks, with one north and one south pole, what's known as a dipole. From a zoomed out view, like, say...
And that's not multiple North Poles, it's multiple layers of a toroidal field. We don't have a North or South Pole, we have an outside layer and an inside layer of an inverted field, and we have multiple fields upon each other that creates the electromagnetic field, which filters out the dangerous particles from space within the ionosphere. That might be my ego talking too, so.
Space, the Earth's magnetic field appears to look and act like a dipole, and the spot that best represents the northern dipole is off the coast of Greenland. However, on a finer scale, the Earth's magnetic field is more varied and complex than a giant bar magnet, and there is a point where the Earth's magnetic field is perpendicular to Earth's surface. If you were to stand over it with a compass, the needle would try and point straight down, so it's called the dip pole. So, to recap, there is a geomagnetic north dipole and a magnetic north dipole, and they are different things that are in different places. Got it? Great, moving on. Anyway, the dipole is the one that's on the move, and we think it's because of the movement of the liquid iron in Earth's outer core. A few years ago, the researchers from Leeds suggested that jet streams of molten iron were the culprit, but the idea was scrapped because the jets started accelerating years after the pole's movement did. So, the scientists have turned their attention farther south to find the source of the movement. The team from Leeds used 20 years of data collected by satellites, including the European Space Agency's Swarm.
Wait. Wait, why haven't I... why didn't I don't get it. Why didn't he talk about the South Pole moving too? Because the South Pole is moving towards India, while the North Pole is also moving towards the South Pole. And there is an anomaly created outside of Rio de Janeiro. Or South America, on the Atlantic side. So, I don't think many knows about it.
A trio in polar orbits that measure the strength and direction of Earth's magnetic field. They concluded that changes in flow at lower latitudes in the outer core have changed the magnetic flux, or the number of field lines, in two blobby areas. These blobs of magnetic flux are located underneath Canada and Siberia. While Canada's blob has gotten weaker, Siberia's has gotten stronger. This means Russia is winning the magnetic tug of war, and based on the team's models, it will continue to do so for at least a few more decades. But the balance is fairly delicate, so a small change in the field could send the dip pole back Canada's way. Wherever it goes, it's important we keep tabs on it because its position is used to update the world magnetic model, something used by all navigation systems that rely on the geomagnetic field. The World Magnetic Model is necessary to correct for local compass errors, and is used by the US Department of Defense, the UK's Ministry of Defense, NATO, and even average everyday smartphone users like you and me. We update the model every 5 years, and actually updated it ahead of schedule because the dip pole is dipping out so fast. Still, the next time I'm late for something because my GPS took me on a weird route, I'm going to blame the blobs and hope my boss buys it. As if the whole multiple North Poles bit weren't confusing enough. The magnetic north dip pole is technically a magnetic south pole. Think about it, why else would it attract the north pole of your compass? To learn more about what's happening inside the Earth's core and why our magnetic fields are moving, check out Marin's video here. Make sure to subscribe to Seeker.
It's still not the south and the north pole, it's the inner and the outer portion of a Mobius within a singular field that inverts at its center. Okay, let's see if there's a video here somewhere from that channel. Oh. Sleeping giant mossful ribs exposed near Yale University. I need to watch that later. I don't believe in the giants and stuff like that. I think that's creation out of, okay, 10 days of repentance. End of days in Bible code. Okay. So I think it's the plasma discharge that's created much of the discussions surrounding what was it now again? Oh, there they are. Scientists discovered Native American untouched cave of wonders and made an incredible discovery. Probably not. It's just clickbait, as usual when it comes to that. Yeah. Okay. So the sleeping giants. I think that the giants are actually this electromagnetic discharge. To be honest, but we also, in a way, know that the pressure of Earth were higher and oxygen levels were higher further back in time, which means bigger animals and such could live that are not possible. If we were to clone a dinosaur like a Brontosaurus now, it would die instantly because the pressure wouldn't be enough to make its heart able to pump the blood up to the brain. We don't have the atmospheric pressure that we had when they were actually alive. And it's, as it seems, diminishing a bit from time to time. If you've seen any of the pictures of Earth from space, you can see this kind of atmospheric tail that Earth has, wherein the moon is encapsulated by Terra's atmosphere, which is also really interesting because that would mean that maybe, just maybe, there's oxygen on the moon. I would not take off my helmet though if I were there, but still, it's within Earth's atmosphere. Okay. Let's see. Nope, that's not the video.
Good evening, folks.
Oh, here it is. A hidden remnant. If you are interested in the electromagnetic field of Earth, you should watch this channel, the Suspicious Observers. They will give you daily updates of astrological shifts and also Earth's magnetic shifts and stuff like that. It's a bit like fear-mongering in one sense when it comes to they talking about an apocalyptic event happening within a short future or whatever. I'm not gonna neglect that it's a possibility, but to basically make people scared of it is a whole other thing. It's basically built in our DNA. If we go back to the time when this electromagnetic anomaly actually happened for 1,000 years because a couple of planets were closer to each other than they are today, most likely, or it was a sunburst, sun flare. But when you think of it in the perspective of planets and the planets being gods, and you hear of the marriage between gods and stuff like that, you can think of it like Venus and Jupiter, or Venus and Saturn being married by lightning or coupled by lightning, which means they were close enough to create lightning storms between each other, and Earth was probably close enough to get coupled up in that electromagnetic interference. We also have that stories about the moon not being part of Earth's environment from the beginning. You have old stories from Australia and Africa where they state that the gods took the moon and placed it into orbit, which means the moon was a foreign object and it came into orbit, and when it did, it might have caused an electromagnetic disturbance. That too. That might have been the reason for the squatting man and all of that, or because it was an electromagnetic disturbance and it had to balance itself with the magnetic field of the moon and incorporate it and latch on to it and have it in orbit, and now we are stabilized and we weren't before. It's a very different climate now than it was in the past, it seems.
Some of you probably know about the Texas rock wall, some of you probably don't. We're going to go over what's there, what the mainstream wants you to believe, and an alternative, better explanation. In the aptly named city of Rockwall, Texas, there's an enormous structure buried beneath the dirt. It's dozens of feet high, an unbelievably enormous feature hidden below, including massively cut blocks, footholds.
Does that look like a building to you? Because for me, it doesn't. It looks like a geoformation over time, like the tectonic plate moving upwards. It might just be me.
Holes for scaling the wall, and various ornamentations indicating some undeterminable facet of the ancient culture that built it. Based on the findings, they know it was an enclosure with separate sections resembling perfect geometrical shapes. These days, they don't like people coming around and trying to dig, especially since it's almost all now beneath private property. But the documentation is there, and it was unthinkably ignored for decades. Who could have built this giant structure, dozens of feet tall? How did it get covered up? Well, it just so happens the History Channel wanted to find out and end the mystery that had been so evasive to.
When you look at it, it looks like layers of pressured soil. From my standpoint, I've seen, because I haven't personally seen all the big structures that has been built on Earth, but this does not look like a structure that someone has built. This look like layers upon layers. You can see here, if you go here and you follow this, it divides into two, which seems like more like a natural formation than an unnatural formation. Because it seems like it's pressurized soil over time. So I'm thinking, you know that rock that is basically like glass, and you can see through it. You had it in old ovens, like old fireplaces. You had this quartz rock or whatever it was as a glass before we started to create glass and use that instead. But it would insulate heat and it would make you and it was able to make you see through, so you could see the fire even though it was very dark. It looks like that when you look at it from the side. Yeah, kind of. So this does not look like a structure, and if it's a big area, isn't it just like it could have been pushed up? Especially if it's not symmetrical. It didn't look symmetrical. If we go back to this, you see here, yes, it looks like a freaking rectangle, but why would anyone start to build something like this? If this is the formation of it, or is it just within this area? I'm gonna keep on watching.
Private property. But the documentation is there, and it was unthinkably ignored for decades. Who could have built this giant structure, dozens of feet tall? How did it get covered up? Well, it just so happens the History Channel wanted to find out and end the mystery that had been so evasive to scrutiny until just the last few years.
Okay, this looks more like it could have been built by humans, yes. But the other one looked like natural formation. They could have used the natural formation as part of their building. Also, shouldn't decline.
And here's where the mainstream got a hold of the topic and tried to control it. Poorly. The official explanation, according to a few professors in the episode, is that it's a natural structure. That's right, they say it's natural. Cut blocks, dozens of feet high, in geometrical shapes, with artistry and ornamentation. Not only that, but they say it's from the time dinosaurs roamed the earth. Half of this comes from radioisotope dating, which many of you know has major problems, and also due to the fact that the blocks are magnetically aligned. Now here's where you have to go beyond major problems with isotope dating. One of their major points was that humans wouldn't have known about the magnetism and wouldn't have been able to lay the blocks in magnetic alignment. Total balderdash. There's evidence of ancient civilizations preferentially seeking areas we now know to have magnetic anomalies, and even the Aboriginals claimed to have followed lines they could see in the sky, likely magnetic fields. Ley lines of Earth and the ancient sites hitting major intersections cannot be ignored, especially since the basis for those alignments was electromagnetic energy. The isotopes risk more than the known problems. In the event that we're talking about,
yeah, this looks natural to me. The other one didn't look natural though, so it could be a combination of natural and human-made structure. And it's not that hard to think about either. I would very much like to use the natural environment in order to create something unnatural, like building a house within a mountainside. Well, that's just me.
The isotopes risk more than the known problems. In the event that we are talking about, the geomagnetic excursion and solar micronova, those are going to ruin the surface isotope composition, especially if hit by the primary nova shell, which we believe America was last cycle, 12,000 years ago, which is why it was so much more pristine after the Younger Dryas and Gothenburg geomagnetic excursion than the rest of the world. Now that same energy, not to mention the induced geomagnetic current it would produce, would be able to surge through and remagnetize almost anything into its current alignment, even if the builders knew nothing about magnetism. The point is that there are good explanations for the isotopes and the magnetism. There is no good explanation for natural structures forming like this.
So if we go back to the other video that we watched earlier about the plasma discharge that happened and was active for about 1,000 years, it would be able to shift every freaking rock in the whole world to a specific alignment. Wouldn't it? If you have an active electromagnetic disturbance going on for 1,000 years, it's like recharging every other electric thing. It's like Wi-Fi on steroids, basically. You're recharging your phone with your Wi-Fi, basically. Not possible now then, because the Wi-Fi isn't that strong. But basically that's the whole thing here. The electromagnetic disturbance could have recharged the alignment of stones on its own.
Like a city with blocks and decorations in shapes. The structure, despite being dozens of feet tall, was buried in a past major event, but it wasn't slowly over 65 million years. And no, it's certainly not natural. The sizes of the blocks indicate that the civilization members would have to have been vastly bigger and stronger than modern humans, basically giants, and all their strength wasn't enough to build something that could withstand the ocean and the surge deposits. Crafted structure means it didn't have millions of years. It got covered up quickly, disastrously. The Texas rock wall, a little known, major clue and constant reminder of what's coming to this planet when the ongoing geomagnetic excursion, great solar flash and nova level isotopes, and next age of Earth arrives. Good morning, folks. We've got some space weather, the DART asteroid impactor mission, articles on the Great Floods, and we have added a second event in Arizona for October. Let's start with our star and find the large dark coronal hole incoming towards center circle. Nested just behind it is an active region that let loose a plasma filament earlier this morning. We had been seeing geomagnetic activity
Okay everyone, today I'm going to be showing you. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Holy cow. So the black Sharpie is like almost white now, and the black 2.0 is getting white too, but the black over here is just still as black as can be. You can't even notice a change in it. Got 500 lumen. You can see the difference here. White, black, white, black. So you can clearly see that the difference between white and black is just how much light is there. So just by shifting the background light, you can turn white light actually into black light.
NVIDIA figured
due to a 1-2 punch from a small CME and the previous coronal hole stream, but both plasma pressure and geomagnetic activity is calming here this morning. The filament that released was luckily small and directed back a bit away from Earth. We'll check coronagraphs when they update today, but no impact to Earth is likely. Coronal hole stream is a different story. Expect impact from that one in about 3 days. And we're off to DART, and indeed the imagery shows they hit the asteroid and produced quite the display visible from ground telescopes here. Read more about it at the link to this story below, trying to redirect an asteroid. Up next, we've got very good evidence that the Great Floods used to happen on Mars, just as they've happened here on Earth. Remember, it was just a couple days ago they also reported there used to be far more lakes on Mars than previously believed. Fascinating topic there. And speaking of great floods on Earth, this article from 9 years ago was just one of several we've covered on the waters below here on Earth, ones which have the ability to come forth in the Great Catastrophe and mantle heaving. Today, we get definitive confirmation that it exists. This is likely the 7th or 8th time we've reported on this topic. Indeed, there's far more water below than there is up here on the surface, up to 3 times or more of all of the oceans. Folks, we have our October 14th event in southern Arizona where we'll be giving a presentation on the ongoing state of the Earth and Sun. But we have also added a less formal networking event on the 13th in Scottsdale. No presentation at that event, but now you have 2 options for observer events in mid-October. We greatly appreciate your support. Both those event links are below the video in the description box, along with our playlists and our store, which has 20% off everything for only 2 more days. Subscribe and we'll do this. Good morning, folks. We had some unexpected space weather overnight, and we're going to look at a study that hits a key topic, but in a likely incorrect way. Let's get started with our star. And up there, our sun was pretty quiet. Still no flaring from the sunspots, and after the limb eruption we saw yesterday morning, the eruptive activity has somewhat disappeared. We see the dark coronal holes as well, but the story is in the solar wind where the previous coronal...
You see how small the sun is?
The story is in the solar wind where the previous...
The sun is, how small Terra is in comparison to the sun. It's like so when you see pictures of the sun and you see the coronal flares and all of that, it's like, oh, they're not that big. But then you see it and it's like you can fit 100 Earths or more in this area here alone. That's a big eruption of coronal energy. Same here. 200 to 300 Earths, 50 Earths, 25 to 50 Earths, 50 Earths. So it's like 5 to 10 Earths. It's kind of fudged up, really. we don't have a sense of the size difference at all. In some ways, I don't, at least. That's scary.
Disappeared. We see the dark coronal holes as well, but the story is in the solar wind where the previous coronal hole stream impacted and combined with a minor CME launched 4 days ago. This stream is impacting more than a day later than expected, but is doing so with considerable strength. It's acting like a 1-2 punch with the small CME telemetry showing increasing plasma pressure, and this morning the faster component of the solar wind is arriving. That's from the coronal hole. It drove a brief level 2 geomagnetic storm overnight, which is waning back now, but which did give a good whack to our field. Minor electrical system disruptions are possible today as that energy works through the geosystems. Neither portion of the impact was too powerful, but together they presented that 1-2 punch that is the bigger concern for stronger events, and which took those 2 small events and produced a relevant geomagnetic storm. Our lone article of the day deals with the ripples in the Milky Way galactic plane. Unfortunately, The paper doesn't use all of the available model and observational data and concludes that it's caused by the ongoing collision with the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, what's creating those ripples. Earlier this year, however, we saw the definitive paper debunking that idea, with there being no way to recreate the homogeneous ripple character with such an interaction.
I have actually been thinking about making a box that is soldered together, or say a Faraday cage, basically solid metal, big enough to hold a Raspberry Pi with an operating system on, and on the operating system you have a lot of videos about theories and math and stuff that seems to be relevant to the past and the future and reality in its all, like having the a lot of stuff there, a lot of data, super much data on there, as much as you can fit on like 2 terabytes of an M2 stick, and then have a keyboard and a mouse and a small screen in there, and every one of these technical achievements in plastic bag that you've sucked out the oxygen from, and then having some, I don't know what's called in English, but you have this spray that will, or it's a bottle kind of spray bottle, and you have this kind of foam that expands and then it hardens. You use it for isolation. So you put the bags in there, you spray in the bottom, put the bag in, spray around it, put something else in, and then spray, and you have the whole box filled with that. Then you let it sit, and then you cut off the top of it and then place a metal plate, and you just solder it together, or whatever it's called, to have it as a Faraday cage. And maybe, so, well, perhaps in a you probably need something else in there too, like a solar cell or something, so you can create electricity, so it can be a standalone thing. But it's been on my mind for a very long time to make like titanium plates with the world's known math, with the world's known chemical compositions and a lot of other stuff that we know about, make about 100 to 1,000 copies, and then just launch it all over the world and have it like a backup plan if the world goes to shits. Like having all the patents in so how to create a motor, how to create this and that, everything. In a platinum, on a platinum or titanium page, or maybe you have a programming language, and you have how to teach all of that, and then you have the data in binary code or hexacode, and when people are ready to recreate data, it will be there. All they have to do is copy all the code, and voila, they can see everything visually. I think it's time for us humans to think that a disaster of great proportion could happen in the future, and just to have a seed bank isn't enough. And the whole thing with having a frickin' seed bank on an island far north where people can't frickin' travel, and if it's an ice age, there's like 500 meters or a kilometer of ice on top of that frickin' seed bank, and you have to dig your way down to the seed bank, get into the seed bank, and it's locked with a frickin' code or an electrical lock or anything else, and you're like, oh my god, were they so frickin' stupid? Where's the dynamite? Oh, yeah, sure, I don't know how to create dynamite. And you go back and you starve to death and humanity is dead. Awesome.
It would look far more discontinuous and not like a wavy sheet. True enough. As we've said before, the cause of the rippling sheet isn't really as important as the existence of the wave pattern. Regardless of the source, it's going to have a similar effect, but in this realm of galactic astrophysics, we do indeed want to have all of the correct answers. Nevertheless, it's there, as we've shown several times. It's currently affecting our solar system as we pass through the wave, and that is the best explanation.
I actually think I talked about a lot of different things, and I was not heard because I unintentionally shut off the microphone when I thought I was shutting it on, starting it. Oh, fudge. I don't know how much I talked about that wasn't heard. I talked about a lot of different things. Anyway, that's fucked up. I'm dead now. Create platinum discs with code on it, and have every disc. So, like, create platinum boxes with the Raspberry Pi in it, launched with an operating system and some way to create energy, and on the box you have a language so that people react to, oh, there's something in here. On the inside of the box you have the programming languages, or you have some kind of metal sheets within the box where you have programming languages, and then you also have a keyboard, a mouse, and a screen in there, well protected with isolation foam and you make like 50,000 of these packages and you spread them around all over the world. Awesome. If something happens in the future, it will be EMP proved because it's a Faraday cage. And it will be able to create its own electricity, and the information there will be in binary code or something else in order to get things started. And on the Raspberry Pi or something equivalent of a very small computer that draws nearly no electricity at all, you could have fundamental ideas on the plates telling people how to create electricity. It's like how you create a battery strong enough to power the machine and the screen and the things necessary for it, the keyboard and the mouse. And you just give them like a USB cable with predetermined plus minus basically. So all you need really is that plus minus and ground, perhaps, maybe. So it's like 3 different chords in it, right? I don't know. Anyway, if you can do that, maybe to have like this survival package or information package, and on that Raspberry Pi you have all the information for all the known mathematics, all the known physics, all the known biology, all the known everything that we know of right now. There's no need to figure it out 1,000 years from now. So you can have like videos of operations, simple operations, and transplantations, transplants and stuff like that. So all of that, awesome. Like how you figure out the blood type, how many blood types there are and stuff like that. It could be on there, and you could have all the mathematics, physics, geometry, astrology, and all the known information. It must be it can't be that difficult to put all the much needed information down on a small resource, because it's when we are gathering data that it takes storage, right? It's not the actual data that takes storage, it's the data gathering that takes storage. Then you have the box filled with like different information about stuff, and then you have a video that you have in multiple languages, or in sign language, and text to it in 1,000 languages, describing the human history. It wouldn't be that difficult, would it? So, I don't know. Maybe it's easy to just kill 99.99% of the humankind, and everyone that are open-minded and intelligent and intellectual and isn't a bigoted idiot could stay alive. And yeah, that's not a good idea. Do not set that into it's just a random idiotic idea based in anger and fear, basically. So it shouldn't be done.
Explanation for all the changes we're seeing now and for the cyclical nature of those changes. Last week we got this video and it goes over the importance of the galactic sheet ripples and all the ways we know it's there. Here, actually, right now. The cyclical disaster for our solar system is in progress, and that's going to continue. Folks, most of the tickets for our October event are gone, so if you plan to come see us in Southern Arizona on October 14th, better get to the link below the video. As we said before, it's not a meet and greet, but a more formal event, and I'll be giving a presentation on our ongoing situation. Look in the description box right below the video for that link to the event, and also to our playlists, website, and our store, where for just 3 more days, everything is 20% off, including our books on this ongoing event. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow, right here, but right now it's 5:38.
Yeah, I think that's enough for this video, because I'm starting to get really pissed. So, I mean drunk, and that's not a good thing in the big hole. I've tried to go through things right now as much as possible with different stuff and things, by going through multiple videos, and we're up to a 4-hour stream here. Where I first went through one video of 1 hour and 20 minutes about plasma physics. I did not go through the whole thing with different religions and their gods and stuff like that, but you could probably figure it out on your own. So you have symbols all over the world, which points towards this 1,000 years of electrical disturbance or plasma disturbances in the electromagnetic sphere. And we might or might not be about to have an electromagnetic pole shift. It might also have been that 1,000 year event was a pole shift, but then again we need to know when it happened. It's all cyclical. You know, Earth has had up to 8 consecutive poles at the same time. So, and right now we are living in a golden age in a sense, where we only have 2 poles. And it's not 2 poles really. It's one field's inner and outer side. So, well, anyways, I think that's enough for now, and how about we end it there? Thank you for listening. It's like thanking myself because I'm the only one that's interested in what I'm interested in. I haven't met other peoples. There are no one watching right now, as usual. Mostly because I don't want to have followers. I don't get it why I'm so afraid of getting followers, really. So, but when you look to other influencers, they're fucking other people's lives up. And when you look to religions, one person created it, then 50 others wrote it, and those 50 others fucked up the lives of billions of people. Awesome, right? Yeah, that's the story of the time we're living in. Just kind of fucked up. Why was I born in this era? It's kind of fucked up. I think it's not fascinating. It's just scary. Why was I born in this time? So it's strange for me. Oh. Anyway, goodbye and thank you for listening somewhere in the future. If it's still there.